Yo. Hello. Yes, yes, sir. Let's go. How's it going, SVR? Welcome to the stream, bro. It's popping. Popping like get the ropping. Going good? Hey, let's go. Glad to hear it, kid. Yes, it's valid. Apparently, Andrew just went live as well. Maybe they're just waiting for everyone to go live. This is supposed to be at 11:20. Translate. Yeah, that is weird. Shit, homie. You really do net now, man. Mm-hmm. Shit. Yeah, really hoping they didn't cancel it. Hope it's not pretty. Yeah. I'm just scrolling through X. Come on. What's going on for real? Even Flawed TV saying what's going on.
Okay, so we're officially live.
There we go.
Candace, Andrew.
Hi. Yo,
good
Dan,
to
welcome
sit
to the
down here
stream.
with you,
It
talking
has
to you guys
officially
about,
started. Let's go.
The conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000.
Holy crap. Let's get
And
it.
for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment to all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them: The Candace Show, The Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. Very good. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence. That in his final days on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions,
no problem,
but to
no
date, there
problem.
hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him.
That's a good slide.
No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any
That's
kind because I
awesome.
hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025.
Ooh.
I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed.
Let's go.
On September
Andrew,
9th,
with the
Charlie's security team
receipts.
wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me.
Oh
That
my
was
god.
a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said. That he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic
Yeah,
today
let's do
is
it.
one, my belief
Let's
that there's
go.
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and two, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage
Well,
to the
it
right if she
is.
were trying.
It's Act
She uses
Blue
her
and
considerable
Progressive
platform to
Victory
relentlessly
Funding.
attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers.
Charlie came to her in a dream.
To dispute everything Candace says is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, but nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People
I think it's fair to say she was
a reasonable question, which is why are we lying about this?
He was drifting farther from Israel.
They were forthcoming with that, and they had said
after October
hey,
7th.
Yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today, but it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say I never hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100?
He is not being paid by
you think
Turning
Tyler
Point.
Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right.
And kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. To that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
Losi,
open-
150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber. Okay. And then
So
there's some
she
things
she
that I'm
could
gonna make
believe the
concessions
exploding
on, but I
bike
do think
theory,
we
bro.
need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think
At least she's
that,
open to it being a bullet, though.
Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant,
Mm-hmm.
and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
Because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the first,
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that we
so-
feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber
Point out
also
the
go through
MLK
both?
thing.
Good, I didn't say
Andrew.
it can't.
Right, exactly. So
Please.
if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here.
steel
And
jaw
if we have
argument.
frangible ammunition, which we do in this
That
case,
destroys
a
this
flex
theory
tip round.
that
Well, I'm sorry, not a
the
flex tip, a
30-06
soft point
didn't do
round
this.
from a 150 grain Remington core lock. That's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losi Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun. Did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary
yeah, we
hearing?
covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner,
Mm-hmm.
any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not convincing evidence to
I
me.
concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you
logically possible.
I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mhm.
Okay, and for how many years?
many, many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. By the
Sorry,
way.
your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many
Okay.
years
So,
alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave
She's
testimony
really
on
going
the
based off jokes from
stand
his
at the
life now,
coroner,
bro. She's
that
really
there was
bringing that up
dust
as a
and
gotcha
there was
point.
debris
She is
that
nothing.
was
She is
found
nothing.
in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a
No,
point in time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well, I
but
wanted
I
to
want you to
start
respond
with
to
the
2 points. I
debris.
want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints, and among those 5
I'm
plus
from New
prints,
York, man.
Tyler Robinson's was the
What about
most
you?
degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler
How are
Robinson's
you? I'm
prints
doing pretty good.
could be the most degraded when she said actually you could have DNA on something that you've touched, you could have DNA on something that you've never touched, and to get DNA
How are you
degradation,
doing?
they've looked at pieces,
How's your
items
day been?
20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints,
Russia? That's
amongst
awesome.
5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, that
So
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle, and it's all dusty inside the bore, and you go fire it. You'll often look down the bore, and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't
So he
know
just
all of the
disputed that.
details on just yet.
We do.
The
It was
dust
an
and debris
excruciatingly
entirely.
long.
We
testimony on the prints.
We
Long
don't
sentence.
because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the
Good
print front.
straight-
But
hey,
Tyler
I
Robinson's
appreciate
DNA
that,
was on there.
man.
You made the
Thank
claim
you.
that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm
if-
asking you to
but let's-
address that. How
well,
could that be
here,
possible?
Let's give it. Let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
on. I'm just
Okay.
granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that
so
she
now,
presented.
So now it's
Okay.
granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain it.
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what would
actually don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove
It
is
doesn't
that
prove
it is a more
anything.
viable theory that people who had stronger prints
It
on
does
the
not
gun
follow
may
from
have used it
degraded
more
prints.
recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence. In
Yeah,
your
just
corner for
because
Tyler
it could
Robinson being
be.
a patsy.
Okay,
That's not
you
Hang on.
evidence.
I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate
It's not
Tyler
evidence that
Robinson.
it's definitely
This is
the
tied
case.
into
You
to
gotta
Robinson being
have
a
a bunch of
patsy.
evidence that
Are
it's
you claiming
definitely
that
the
these
case.
fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But it
places.
also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
Hang on. This is not evidence that Tyler
Exactly.
Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more
It's all just
degraded
it could
prints,
be evidence.
then therefore that means
It
must
might
be
be
patsy
evidence.
because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening
based
statement-
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no. This is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know
this. We can call for a
this.
fact check if
Yes,
all the
well,
evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
The team
day.
in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying
1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same way that you got to Tyler
Robinson. Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
but
was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate. Actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then. They would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling
literally
you,
making stuff up. So
I'm
here's
not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not
asking
making stuff
this.
up. I'm saying that
Thank
you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing
from the
exactly what the
inference.
state did. I
Okay.
am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there
Can you
from the
describe to
inference.
the audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So
means?
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
based on
Can I
your
show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in
Thing
point, that's a
nobody's
demonstration of, to give you, that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am
arguments of the
inferring
standard
is that
of the
it's plausible
court
that
is the
Tyler
same as
Robinson was set up.
standard.
That doesn't.
Okay.
That's
should
the
be
point in
held for
contention.
her.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the
that
point
is,
in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
It
point
is the point in
The
contention.
problem is
not
that
the
she
point
doesn't
in
understand
contention.
that
I'm
her
telling you that
inference
is what the entire
does
hearing
not
allowed
follow.
for. So the evidence
Yeah,
that
from
he
the
is
evidence
But we're
describing,
asking you
that
now.
he is using
It's
to
not
argue his
reasonable.
case is all based on inference.
She's not making a
fact.
reasonable.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So
We're
what they are
just-
inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference
The
so that I
infer-
understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we
No,
have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the
but
inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
That's how it works.
and is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace,
so we're clear,
why
it
is
sounds
it that
like
we should
Ryan
go with this
Shapiro.
idea that it was a Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is.
Oh,
Just-
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a Patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull.
Oh my God, she talks
They
way
asked him a
too
question.
much.
How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt
compared to
was the
Andrew.
same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
It's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it
Okay.
absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd
I
thing to
don't-
say.
I'm not
I know
sure-
these are the
I'm
same
not sure
people
in
because they're both
context-
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his
Yes.
tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She
If you,
has
can,
it.
if you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see
Fantastic.
it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should
You
concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
but
the-
just say
well,
you
I'm
were
not.
wrong.
I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the
Ask
evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay.
back-
I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
But
saying
back
that
to
I just
this.
said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you
I'm
make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to
theorists.
explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
Yeah, I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing.
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close to
up?
it.
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it.
think
If
And
you
that's
by the
not
can,
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
going to see me on
some
the staircase.
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
There's hang
go
on,
ahead. You're
hang
right.
on. So there's multiple reasons why it is.
Yeah, that's pretty damning.
that I
evidence,
believe
bro.
that that's
If you
Tyler
said,
Robinson, not just
you can
because
see
of
me in the
blurry
security
footage.
Did you have a
footage.
dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
and I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out
that either.
because they interviewed him on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
Well,
text
I'm just
messages.
saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801.
That's pretty damn
Tyler
evidence.
messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony, and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
No, so the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an
Hold on,
issue
guys,
with how
let me
the
open my
questions were being
window.
asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds like
scientific.
you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like? Let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that
And
at
what
all.
are the things?
How many times did you? If you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, "Where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching." You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature, there's a reason why they swear you in and they say you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage, okay? But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you
convincing.
can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus?
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair.
Because
I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you find
this
to
is
be...
not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
Well, that's not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer, too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what
It's
informs
like she
my
only
position
wants him to
for why
go
I'm
down the
convinced on
list
case. That's
that he
bizarre
wrote
to
in
me.
that one tweet.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
okay.
that's what I was saying,
Okay, go ahead. Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's
So
end it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I
Damn,
consider
he's
to
denied
be,
his ad.
from my
funny.
opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem called
function and luxury. We had the choice to make it fast. We had the choice to make it cheap. We chose neither. Instead, we chose Tuscan Italy.
Oh my God,
We
I don't
chose
care.
true Italian craftsmanship, each pair touched by 50 skilled hands. We chose patience, spending 2 years perfecting every detail, and we chose the finest quality at every step. Introducing the Future Looks Bright collection. Not rushed, not disposable, not ordinary.
What
Rather,
other people are saying about this ad?
intentional, luxurious, timeless. The beautiful thing about these events, you know how quickly it goes? Like this.
Yeah, so the chat is pretty split.
Is everybody ready to get
which
started?
makes sense because it's on the PBD
I've helped
podcast.
over 10,000 business owners grow and scale their companies. I'm just passionate about watching entrepreneurs create great business.
When you get guys like Jerry Rice, that was his work ethic.
We were able to do some great things on the football
Candace
field.
is losing big time.
The
Then it's
single
W
most important
Candace.
trait I had was a healthy dose of delusion. And that delusion is sometimes also referred to as self-belief.
When I can do something that I love, that is good for business, and that I can make content out of, that's my trifecta.
What do you think of the debate so far? I mean, I think that Candace is trying to avoid Andrew's points by playing word games. So it hasn't been very substantive. But when it comes to examining like specific evidences of whether it was Tyler,
The first 2 United States deaths associated with that outbreak.
Andrew
The CDC
wins.
says the illness is caused by
full stop.
cyclospora, a
Like when they actually
microscopic
get
parasite
into,
commonly spread through contaminated fresh produce.
like for
It
instance,
can cause severe stomach cramps.
For instance, when they were talking about, was it Tyler Robinson in the surveillance footage, right? That's something that's very specific. Andrew clearly crushed her on that because that's pretty damning evidence that Tyler literally texted, "You can see me in the footage." And Candace didn't really have a good rebuttal for that.
Ships directly to your door. So don't wait until you're sick.
But it's very, we like rarely get to the specifics because of the fact that Candace is just trying to obfuscate and pivot and not be specific about any of her beliefs. Andrew's just going to get better as time goes on to the debate. See, I agree with that guy from the PBD chat. Andrew's going to slowly, like, slow roast her. You know? Like a pig over a fire. Why did it say we'll be right back still, bro? What's going on here? We'll be right back after this message. Maybe the stream crashed. A lot of it can, that kind of say, yeah, exactly. Three hours later, for real. Yeah, I see like the screen flickering every now and then, like they're trying to reboot it. Oh, PBD, yeah, that is the L from PBD. He's taking forever. My goodness. Oh, he put up a poll just now. He's here. Let's see. I'm gonna put Andrew. Ooh. Okay, yeah, pretty split chat. 42% for Candace. My boy Andrew's still winning, luckily. 57%. Let's see. Back to 58%. Did what exactly? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Andrew's bouncing between 57 and 58% of the audience. Glad at least the majority of people know. You know what's up. Andrew for the win, for real. Yeah, it's good. In the hood. For sure. Ugh. What do you mean we'll be right back? You need to do your job. This is not the Candace Owens show. For real. For real. Oh, Andrew's at 59% now. Let's go. Almost 60%. It's really good. What happened in 3.5 minutes? For real, bro. What the? Oh my god, that's funny. People are saying she's demanding more money now.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic.
Finally.
I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now.
What?
We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control
crazy.
it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having
Why
said
does she
that,
have so many
let's
viewers,
go back
bro?
into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay,
I mean,
and then
she
we'll go
polls
into the
an audience,
cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds
Ugh.
good.
She is a more
yeah,
popular figure.
I used
we'll
basically
say.
three pillars for the totality of the evidence.
Because
Okay,
what she used
so
to do for
if
turning
you want to
points,
know
so it
exactly
does
what
make
those
sense.
three pillars
It's not
are,
too shocking.
this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson.
Not in a
he
debate.
wanted to get away.
You're allowed to have that feeling, and you're allowed to have that
head-to-head
feeling.
with
You're not
themselves.
allowed
Like, he wanted
to
to get away
suggest
with
that
it,
feeling is
so he
evidence
thought the
within
best thing to do would
in
be
and of
to
itself.
text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascists. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
Also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being
yeah.
is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch
Yeah, but do you see how
fastest.
that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me
aside,
respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now, they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like
they
this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
kind
parts
like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming
That's true. They
at
do
all.
call
Nobody
Andrew
came in
Fedslop.
medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just your general intuition that sometimes might be text messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, "I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping."
So basically,
never to tell
just
you
because she
until
thinks
old
so,
age,
because she
and
thinks
then
that
we're
it was a
being
stupid
told that
thing
he
to do.
wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text.
It's still
it's such a confession like we've never
intuition,
seen. I
though.
think this would be like the first time ever.
It's
somebody
still
has
just intuition.
start to
You
finish
said moving on
written
from
an
intuition.
entire,
What's happening here?
I'm in this surveillance footage, and I'm here, and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids, and
I
you
do.
love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that, and if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk, and we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
You find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's
you're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang on,
you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case that was being reported in mainstream media, that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City, I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
Why wouldn't truly the negates the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct?
They're presently saying that
correcting. It doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character.
None of this matters because the parents are actively
we can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And
that their son did this.
They know it's you.
They would not be
and
actively trying to aid the prosecution if he didn't do it.
Or people are going to be banging down your door.
Or if they didn't believe that he did.
Undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence, I'm going to address
that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. You say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is the video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery on the messages.
Don't you think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check.
So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question I've been asking.
The parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison forever.
But they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'Cause
playing to
that's- I don't-
someone
I-
else
I
who's
don't
your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the
if-
media
yes.
this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have.
Yeah,
a
she could
source,
just
so I
be
wanna
easily
very-
lying. Like, the source does not exist, bro. As far as I'm concerned, until she proves her anonymous source, it does not exist. There's no evidence that this person even exists. So you cannot use them as a source for any of your claims. So why even bring them up? Can't even use them as evidence. That really gets to me.
Would Nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media?
Welcome back.
Oh,
Thanks.
this mother.
Especially when your son
If
is up
I thought
for,
that my
is-
kid-
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up.
What?
Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see
But
what would
I mean,
happen.
if you have a
I'm
source,
not-
it seems like
I'm
they're
not-
violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part, he's
Based
saying,
on the statements of
it's
the
him
parents.
saying, the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues, if the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That
and
would
get the
also
public
be
on
a
your
good
side.
time for the defense to say that's just totally
No,
fabricated.
it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
the probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
No.
they could have said they're
No,
no, they're not allowed to. Are
no,
you sure?
in a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on.
Uh-huh.
They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything.
They're responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say.
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for
I
that.
disagree. I think
It's
that
not a
they. I
disagreement.
think
You're-
that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds. That's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence
Yep.
that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is
Yes.
hypothetically
Yes.
true, then
so they're
X.
saying all of
Yeah,
these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking why you're saying, could they
no,
just
what
put
I'm
on-
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible, this never happened, this is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
the
a
reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
My
Sorry.
your argument to me
Uh-huh.
is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're
Mhm.
just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be
Yeah.
overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear,
That which
what
convinces
you're,
me.
yeah, well, but thus far,
And this is just like,
every
that's-
point that you've
doesn't
brought
convince
up,
you.
every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my
he's
opening.
going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mhm.
It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it
If
convincing?
that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with it, you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
the state
lecture?
is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
So
the
if people
thing
look
is,
and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking at the
funny.
gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false. And
That
I'll
is not
explain, I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises
now my
inside
headset dies,
of
bro.
a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or
Really,
not
dog?
you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were
Right?
convinced.
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If in this conversation, that's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into
There we
your
go, I could hear it
actual
again.
claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into
Okay.
that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably
Reasonably
available
available.
to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal To be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
Where's just
documents.
show cause?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay, so that's
and I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary
a show
to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right,
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move
I-
into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else, and I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your,
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just
Now it's
asking
getting
questions because
good.
the state's evidence
Now he's
is not
gonna
convincing,
interrogate her.
I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I
you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching. Nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving
on
a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims. In regards
like you
to
literally
this case,
posit
and
an
in regards to the
alternative
Kirk
theory and
assassination,
insist
which
that
are
it's
far above
definitely
and
the
beyond.
case.
I just doubt the state's theory.
She's misrepresenting what she's been doing all this time.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt the state's theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do
Yeah,
that. But I just
there
want to
we
say
go.
that,
Let's
like,
get into
I
it.
do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
I'm sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That
What-
Tyler
But I am
Robinson.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like we got him on camera taking the shot. at least we have them clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's
going to
not
be
an
interesting to
acceptable
see
answer
how
for why you just gave
Andrew
it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's
this.
ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that
Because the
that it was
backpack
on
thing
the exact
is
route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their
one of
excuse
the
was we
more
just gave it back because
problematic
we heard that
evidences that
this
Candace
belonged to
presents.
somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and
has that
back
ever
up
been
for
the case,
resale,
though, that everything is
that's absurd.
evidence?
That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something? If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
one clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is
Patsy,
true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here. That from
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they
Reddit's notorious for this. They lead real investigations astray very often,
and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent. This is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad break.
Sure. And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
Finally.
And
here's where things get interesting.
Conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen.
It's going to be a lot more than 3.5 minutes.
To create a shoe that blends comfort, function,
what?
And luxury.
There's the same exact advertisement. Why put that out?
To make it cheap. We chose neither. Instead, we chose Tuscany, Italy. We chose true Italian craftsmanship, each pair touched by 50 skilled hands. We chose patience, spending 2 years perfecting every detail, and we chose the finest quality at every step. Introducing the Future Looks Bright collection. Not rushed, not disposable, not ordinary. Rather, intentional, luxurious, timeless. The beautiful thing about these events, you know how quickly it goes? Like this. Is everybody ready to get started?
I've helped over 10,000 business owners grow and scale their companies. I'm just passionate about watching entrepreneurs create great business.
When you get guys like Jerry Rice, that was his work ethic.
We were able to do some great things on the football field.
The single most important trait I had was a healthy dose of delusion. And that delusion is sometimes also referred to as self-belief.
When I can do something that I love, that is good for business, and that I can make content out of, that's my trifecta.
It's
Now watch, the ads are over, but it's gonna stay. They're not gonna immediately come back. He's probably putting another poll up
Hey guys
now.
and gals, Vincent Oshana here. My Faith Over Fear line is taking off, and it's all thanks to you. We've got hats, shirts, hoodies, you name it. We also got brand new designs and new apparel dropping all the time. So if you want to rock some faith over fear gear, hit the QR code on the screen or click on the link in the description. And remember, guys, if you have true faith in God, you have absolutely nothing to fear. God bless, and the future looks bright.
Many times when people think about Valuetainment, all they think about is a podcast, but it's a lot more than that. It's 9 companies working together on an 11-acre campus. If I was to give you a virtual tour here, you'll see the HR department hiring, talent acquisition. We have full-stack developers that are working on Connect and Hire Metrics. We have a full-fledged events team that puts together events with thousands of people. We have a merch department designing the latest product. We just launched the FLB shoes, made in Italy. We have a marketing department. Then if you go to the complete opposite side of the building, 50, 60 people making calls, working for David Consulting, sales, setters. And then on the complete opposite side of the campus, there's a full-on production company with editors, shooters, creating content, doing podcasts. Then you can drive down a couple miles and go to our private boardroom cigar lounge with members only. Regardless of what it is, working at Valuetainment, every day is a surprise. You could be walking into work and right next to you is a governor, is a billionaire, is an athlete. We are hiring aggressively, but Valuetainment isn't for everybody. For the right person, this could be the last company you ever work for. So if you're watching this and you want to learn more, go to vt.com/careers and apply now.
It's actually kind of interesting. Still made nothing gain, nothing earned, lost in the gray, for real. Lost in the gray, man. Now it's the stupid we'll be right back thing. It's gonna last for like 30 minutes at least. Oh no, it is. This is probably the 3 minute and 30 seconds, not the end. The we'll be right back screen. He's probably putting the poll up now. He's probably working on it. Yo, Bryson Gray's here saying W Andrew. Let's go. That's awesome. You know, Bryson Gray was a fan of Andrew Wilson. See if he's live right now. Oh crap, Myron Gaines is covering this. I'm definitely gonna watch that after. Why did I type Mike Wilson? Like Bryson Gray. Alright, he's not live. Well, no, we could do whenever it's doing the. We'll be right back. We'll switch it over.
Is just
to
out of control. I mean, you know, it's unfortunate, but that's where we are. But at least our audience is getting the clarity, you know, that they should.
Yeah, I think if nothing else,
and
this
he's
does help
watching
provide
through.
clarity. What would you like to see more
Steven,
of here as we
fun.
continue on this debate?
I'm watching through him, and he's
hopefully
watching
we get to
through
the point where we
Steven.
ask her on her
Inception
specific theories. I'm
type
hoping
shit.
Andrew gets to do that, like the French 13th Legion. Or Foreign Legion, sorry, the Egyptian planes, Erica Kirk, obviously taking part in the assassination, the Utah Communist Mormon cult.
Yeah, this is going to be the fun part. And again, this kind of speaks to the MO. Let's find some circumstantial evidence. Let's find some, you know, Charlie Day, Always Sunny in Philadelphia meme. Let's make the connection and then tell a fun story. Guys, conspiracies are fun.
Right.
We like them. They're fun. We like to play with them and all that. But that's what this is.
Gerald said that Andrew is going to get to that. He is getting to that well,
that's a very good analogy. It's a very good analogy to bring up Charlie Day because, as I understand it, you are one of the top 10 bird lawyers in the state of Texas.
Bird law.
Bird
Get
law.
ready for a bird bath.
So we are.
Yeah, that's interesting how none of the allies are on. This guy, Ian Carroll, none of them are on. It's kind of nuts.
Because they're scared,
and the
bro.
Valhalla guy said that they were going to be on. Am I missing something, chat? I saw them yesterday. They literally did a panel show saying that they were all going to be on, these niggas. All these guys. And none of them are on. What's going on, dude?
They're running
You
scared.
know live when she's on? Yeah, I don't know. Very fucking weird, man. Very weird. Trigger Smart is on? The bald guy?
Tanks is on? Oh,
Let me
okay.
see. I never heard of this guy in my life, bro. So many people that I've never heard of. Okay, here we go. These are I think Candace allies.
Yeah, there's just reasonable doubt. There's just reasonable doubt that he wasn't the lone wolf assassin. That's all she needs to do. That's all she needs to do. So we'll see. We'll see how it can. I mean, you heard that last prompt from Andrew. He's kind of piling it on. Like he's making her prove more and more and more throughout this. So this will, it'll be interesting this next segment. But the problem is we went into the last segment and they were going to talk about Andrew having the overwhelming evidence. They were going to talk more about that. And I feel like they didn't talk at all about that. So I sent the message in our private chat, like, what's PBD doing? Like, we got to keep him on topic here.
Yeah, he's been kind of lackadaisical. Is that a word for it? Maybe. It's just kind of not even existing there much. He's not doing much. I feel like he should be interjecting more frequently.
I'm glad that other people are seeing what I'm seeing. The debate is all over the fucking place, bro. It's all over the fucking place. It's hard to follow. They're arguing things that don't matter.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel.
It's painful, dude.
It's tiring.
It's very fucking painful.
I'm literally tired.
No, not better.
He's pulling a sneako.
Yeah, we might as well have
He's a
Sneeko.
spectator. He's a spectator, not a moderator.
At least he's not like Sneeko, like, you guys aren't listening to me. I'm just gonna stop the timer. Forget it. What a guy.
He's a sneak-tater.
That's why you got to do time rounds, dude.
Did you watch Sneak?
This back and forth?
They
bullshit
should
never
do
works.
time rounds, bro.
Now, did anyone watch Baron's show last night? When
That's
he
a
was
good
talking about
idea. They
PBD?
should eventually switch to that.
Yes.
That was,
yes.
All right. Pap says it's so Candace can get views on her channel for the sponsorship. I don't know about that.
That's
I started
they're
watching
still
you
not
over a year
back.
ago since
That's
that
wild.
was then I was able to find a high value man and my fiance and I watch you. Shout out to you, Hannah. Congratulations on your hey man, I'm glad.
Finally got the poll
Looks like
up.
they
I don't
left
know why it
Candace out
takes
to
them so
dry.
long.
Do you think digging up crime
Ooh.
scene and rushing to repave it on Sunday is
Candace
suspicious? That is
or
weird, for
Andrew's
sure.
doing much better in the polling
On
now.
a serious
That's
note, I can
good.
see why it's better to have time debates at the beginning because I don't think they're going to come to a conclusion with this format of a debate. Exactly. Baron Coleman and Joseph Scott got into a case of things that actually matter 4 hours. We know less now than before. Yeah, bro. The wage gap strikes again. On one hand, there was a gag order by the Judge Robinson family. On the other hand, there was also a gag order for Carmelo Anthony's parents who talked to the press and never got punished after. Afraid, cheers. Thank you, Martin. It's actually your boy Andrew who picked PBD as the pod. Candace told Andrew he could pick whoever he wanted and moderate the debate as long as she approved and Andrew made a list, and it was him who put PBD at the top of the list over Joe Rogan and others. Like I told y'all before, I told you guys before, PBD got picked because he has 2 million subscribers. That's why. It's that simple, and I'm not mad about it. It's fine. Seeing how things are developing, glad you are waiting for the trial to have an opinion. There's so much back and forth. With
Oh, okay.
information
So it
given.
wasn't 'cause
Exactly. Now
Myron
you guys
was
know why I've been
controversial.
very
That's good.
reluctant to cover this case like that. Axel says need to watch EDP 445 documentary. I watched it. We were watching it yesterday, bro. We're watching it yesterday. We're watching that on OSS. He means Jew break? Yeah. Mar, what's your thoughts on the debate so far? Hard to follow. I'm more confused now than before than when this started. Mar, I know if you made one already, but make a poll on who you think. Oh, okay, for the poll. All right, I can do a poll if you guys want. But I'm more confused now, bro. Dude, I'm more confused now from watching this than before about their positions. This has not helped at all. Let's see what these guys got to say.
And start questioning him. Why you believe this? Why you believe that? What do you think? She didn't address. She didn't phrase it as a question like, why do you believe that the backpack that was found at the crime scene close to the gun belonging to TPUSA wasn't added to evidence? Do you find that suspicious? You know, so she needs to start really directing these things at him. She's kind of talking like on her show to the audience. She's like listing things, why she believes this, da, da, da. But she needs to start a little bit more straight on to him.
Yeah, that was an interesting moment. I mean, he's been this whole time saying, I don't agree with your position. I don't agree with your position. You need to prove it to me. You need to prove it to me. Show me your evidence. Show me your evidence. I don't, your position is a conspiracy theory. I don't like it. She could easily just return what he said to her.
People
Be
are
like,
saying
"Well,
they
I'm
hate her
sorry
accent.
I'm sorry you feel
I
that
think it's
way.
hot.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's,
that
that's
was the
literally
line.
what he did to her. She was like, she tried to get it back on him, saying that she didn't agree with his position. Asked him to show or to prove his claim that
Had Andrew placed Umarin over PBD on that list gave to Candace, would have been much greater debate. That's why Candace said she never chose him to moderate. You guys just don't like Andrew's savior.
Okay, so we're officially back.
don't like Andrew,
Andrew,
though.
before we go into the other issues you want
Look,
to talk about,
from
is
a
it fair to say you're good
tactical
defending your
perspective, I can
position of
understand
the overwhelming evidence?
why.
Okay, beautiful.
Like I said before,
You take the
Patrick
lead.
has
Go
2
for
million
it.
subscribers,
Yeah,
different
so
audience. It gets out to
I have a
bigger
bunch of
audience, it's
questions
fine.
for you, and
But
I want to make it super painless. Right? So
you know, now we got to
no
deal with the
traps,
consequence
no
of that, which
gotchas.
is like
I'm
you
just
know
going to ask
worse
them
moderation.
direct,
But look,
and I think that
me
as
being
long as they're
fair
not
here,
loaded, if they're loaded, you should
Pat
not
is
respond
trying
yes or no. But
Uh,
as long as
how
they're not
long have they
loaded,
been
if I just
back?
directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a. I think that
Talk about is if okay.
Okay, yeah, it's just been 40 seconds.
claims.
We're all good.
And then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside
35,
of the
55,
court
not bad.
hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to
well,
question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like let's use
I
a
mean,
word
there's no-
to
there's
use a
no-
word
nothing
that you're
transcendent.
saying. But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit of
am I
a.
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation
Mm-hmm.
that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna ask
said
you
if
some
you want to
questions.
depose me,
she's
you
not
should
gonna-
join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is-
gonna
She's not
ask
gonna
questions
allow
because
for
you
the
answer it, blah, blah, blah.
interrogation.
It's like I don't know what you're going to ask, and
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I
okay,
get it.
Just
If-
so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with the
because you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now
Mhm.
you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's talk about transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
we can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually
You can
I,
say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still
no, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your,
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the,
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French,
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say,
"Oh my
this,
God,
I was told
it's
this,
all
and
about
this
the
is
meta
evidence that I have, and I'm
conversation
willing
with
to have
her
that
now because she
conversation and
can't
write the
actually
email to the
contend with
correct
anything."
Government body that deals with this. Like I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly
I'm not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
Now, you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me...
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me-
about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
There is
And he
no
was starting to
positive evidence.
realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization.
It's all
personally.
circumstantial.
If people had come out and been honest,
It's all
about
going to
that,
be from her
rather
circumstantial
than
evidence
rabid
and meta
claiming he never
conversation.
flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the
Not even
that,
circumstantial, 'cause it
everything
doesn't
was
follow.
about trying to convince the public how much he liked it. He
So then,
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind
Yeah,
of
now
denying
that
they did it,
is,
which wasn't really
that
necessary.
is
was quite busy.
circumstantial evidence.
The
This is
phone
a
call
form of
that
evidence.
happened, which no one wants to discuss in the
Not a very
Hamptons
strong form,
the week
bully
prior,
strong form, actually,
or not
but-
the week prior. I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place.
I would like Andrew to respond
And
on this
again,
one.
the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion
About
on
the phone
Israel
specifically.
lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like
Do you
to see
say there's no
pulled.
positive evidence?
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I
like
don't, I don't
positive
need to-
evidence
I
would
can
I don't
be
think she knows what that
material
means. You gotta
evidence
explain it.
and other evidences which would
what we've
point you
said
to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building.
Feels
There's no
is
reason to
not-
lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American.
The
and
answer
Israeli
is no.
AI
There's
photo
no
on the
positive
president's
evidence.
feed.
There's
Doesn't feel
circumstantial
right.
evidence.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Yes, your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said
ahead
this
and
is why
play it,
people think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
Involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of
You're allowed to
positive
think,
evidence that I'm allowed
but on
to
the
think.
I agree. You're
debate,
allowed
you
to think.
can only be.
Nobody's disputing whether or not
Yeah, but
Candace
like
Owens is
you're-
allowed to
you're-
think. What
you're-
I'm asking is if
but
you
what's
have
your issue?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
Uh-huh.
that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's
It's
not
an
just what you said. You
opinion.
said
No.
I didn't say I
it's with
think.
it's with full
And you're saying
confidence.
yes.
You
That
would
I
think
mis-
that if you had full
Can you have confidence to
confidence,
think when you think?
if I
That's the
said, for
problem. You're
instance,
just using
I
an
think I'm going to
opinion
be
in a
late
debate.
to work,
And using that
right,
as
with full
evidence.
confidence. I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away.
Yeah,
and I
if
need to
you're
be there in
fully
5.
confident, it
That's
can't
how you
just
would
be
know
I
whether or not
think.
you had full
I'm just
confidence.
gonna tell you something.
Hang
My
on,
sis-
let me finish. Let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm
This
going
is
to be
unbelievable.
Is that
Now
work is
she's
20 minutes
fucking
away,
getting
right, and I have to be there at
destroyed.
5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that.
Wow.
So I'm asking if you think that Israel
Stupid
and France were
bitch.
involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence,
are you
I'm just
kid-
asking for
what
the
a
evidence,
dumb
or at
fuck.
least
Oh
walk
my
me through
God,
the
these
mindset
people are
of why it is that
stupid.
you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate,
Okay.
and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to
that.
this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete
but
substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
that you
said-
said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want. Nobody's
I said it.
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking.
like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why you
is all
said
said
that.
and
Now
done,
she's
I've
just
already
she's
explained
moving
to
a
you-
personal.
explained
Yeah,
at the
she's
beginning
just
of this
spurging out
why
and
I
having a
think Israel
Metacon.
is ultimately going to be proven
Yeah,
to have
okay. So the
involvement in
chat's
this.
catching up. The
I
chat,
just
the
explained it to you
chat
in the
is
middle, and now you're wanting me to structure
acknowledging
the
how
sentence or provide evidence.
she's
you
losing,
don't
bro.
have to. You're just allowed
This is
to
bad.
think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
so it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You can get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go,
Do
well,
we
I'm
know
going
that
to
you
probe that.
took
Well,
it to
how
the
can you
federal
probe
government?
This
I'm
happens
certain
to
maybe
me.
it didn't.
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and
My
my
po-
experiences
no,
and what
it's
has happened to
not.
me. and you're basically
Not
coming
only
in
your
like you're
fucking
gonna
podcast.
regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it. If
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm asking
you're,
very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate.
It's
and
also
say,
the
"Candace,
PBD
You sound
you
very
can't say
defensive
I
and
think."
like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted me
You
to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would
Let's
like
see-
for you to
let's
actually
just go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips they
whatever
want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, "Here's what I heard from
And
somebody"?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about from maybe they're not
Okay,
the
well, if
correct
they
office
didn't
to. I
get
did
back-
receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was
Okay, now I don't believe it
"Hey,
happened.
I've been told
Thanks for
some-
saying that.
The email.
Yes.
Now I don't
Email
even
was,
believe that it
"I've been
happened
told
because
I
that's
have
somebody-"
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that it was a lot of information.
Well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
Not in the first email, 'cause I figured they would like.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact
He was dragging on
Yes.
Candace.
Give it
Like, he's like,
100%
it's
who
over.
it is.
Candace lost.
I would absolutely give them as
And-
much
and
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question?
Oh,
If
yeah,
whoever's
oh
the
my
U.S.
God.
government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to
If
me.
you are
so
still on
if
Candace's
that's the
side in this
case,
debate, like in this
they may
current
respond
moment,
back and say we did. That's
in
their
this current
position.
phase of
why I
the
did it in
debate, at
writing.
least,
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because
then you are
so if
the
they-
And right away,
stupidest
Trump's
of
office,
people.
his Margot got
You
right
don't
back to me.
invite
She was
it.
on his
I'm
desk. So
sorry,
he
bro.
has
Okay,
that. There's
I
no-
wasn't
And if you
preparing
do
another
say
live
that,
stream.
you
This was
contact
kind of out of
that
the blue. It
individual.
was a
Obviously,
very
you don't
important
have to
debate.
leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility?
oh
that
yeah,
that
where
person
is
would be
Knox?
willing to talk
Why
to
is
them
he
and
not
explain to
live?
them
What the
exactly
fuck?
what their sources
Yes.
I'm
are?
surprised.
I mean, that's
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking
Maybe
me to
he'll make
defend that
a.
is, like,
I'm not. Never
I
Video
think those
reaction
are two
after
different
he
things.
does
That's
that.
more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
2 hours though. He made.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact
And
the
no more
source.
Probably
Charles
didn't think it
Suffer.
was actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TP?
Well,
and
we
had
don't.
a
Because it's a
relationship
one-way
with
street.
her. No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then,
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate. This
name?
is more on
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's you kept saying, like, you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this, and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible
she
lead. I
obviously
even texted
did,
Dan Bongino.
Andrew.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office, Dan Bongino,
Unless she's like
and
the stupidest person in the
and
world.
Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so
But it's
a
also
follow-up to
possible that
the
this is all a
following.
lie. So
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie
It wasn't. That wasn't about
Those are two
Israel.
separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was. They were
Got it.
saying the
Gave her
French
the
foreign.
info.
That person, as a part of it, was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
and
they
I
haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but
Let
when
me
you
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let me
when you
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and I'm going to bring it
Okay.
to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the
You're-
assassination
wow.
of Charlie Kirk, or is that a
Come
gut
on,
feeling?
bro. That's messed up.
So, in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think
Maybe.
this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that
Mhm.
they won't even explore
Tyler Robinson definitely did it,
anything
though,
else that was
so it
going on in
doesn't help you.
Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only that
Even
believe there's
this
a conspiracy here.
Andrews-
The
or
police
this Candace
officers
Owens
that
saying he
were
says he doesn't
involved,
know
the
Andrew
many police,
is
sheriff's
saying that she
offices,
wasn't fully prepared.
that were departments that were involved that day, all believe that there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe that there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the
news-
thing
news-
is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't?
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim
Exactly,
that there
same
is-
exact
none of them believe
statute
that
of
there's a
evidence.
Conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources
Like
are
what?
legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How
Well,
would that
I was
actually,
just-
hang on, I'm almost done.
I
How
was
would that,
talking to PVD.
how would
without
that
realizing.
legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think
But I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying what
Well,
I
I
think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
No, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I
okay.
said
So I just
Andrew
want to.
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then
Mhm.
that seems to
She
infer that
can't
you
even
think he
follow
owes you
this
answers.
basic
Oh, so
logic
inferences
tree.
are allowed
Jesus
again?
Christ.
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and
No,
his
wait,
questions
please,
about-
please
I
don't.
mean, I'm talking about Andrew.
Don't do
Colvett.
it.
He is his position.
The
is he's
highlights
spokesperson
is-
for Turning
oh
Point
my
USA.
God. No, we can't.
So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis
Come on,
of
don't-
a
don't
lack of
do it.
information
Don't
or
do it, Carl,
because
please.
there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love
you
to
know,
do that.
the thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually
PR
kind of a
there.
last-
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all, and I would.
Okay, yeah. So she's just not gonna answer the question, but based on what she's saying, it's obviously the answer is yes. The answer is yes. She thinks that Erica Kirk and TPUSA worked in conjunction with Israel to assassinate Kirk. That's what she thinks.
Ask questions. I would at
she's pro-Russian.
this phase. I would.
Okay,
So,
well, what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical,
Does that mean that
I didn't say I was pro-Israel. What are you talking about, man?
you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. People, this is
what $100 million incentive.
What I'm saying is his organization, like had grown.
No, everyone. What are you talking about, bro? I didn't say any of that. I don't think it's productive for anybody to fight a country for no reason. But I also, if they want to defend themselves, it's up to them. I don't support aiding them in any way, militarily or financially.
Grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to
Yeah,
factor.
so much. He wants to play video. If you don't mind, there's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask
and
them,
so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence.
Well,
and then
this
by
is
May,
proof she's
which is
literally
fortunately
lying
around
right
the
now,
corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that
Only
performance?
question or
How
conspiracies,
could
no
you sit
facts
up
for
there
real.
and
For real.
say, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it?
And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her, and I was expecting for her to say, well,
tough guys,
you
what
know,
the heck?
I'm obviously the victim on the case, and we got to see.
I didn't know you
the
were so
shot,
politically
you know,
literate, though,
taken
Carl.
or this or that,
I'm
whatever
impressed.
it is. Great. That's why she has
But yeah,
that
Jesus
much confidence
and
2 months
whatnot is
ago.
the goat.
And when I sat down with her, it was nothing.
That was funny.
It was nothing.
He did that.
Okay, so this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer, and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. we're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made the rest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit, and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
like, don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting
She was definitely hinting that Erica and TPUSA,
you and Charlie always say to go with your
working in
intuition.
conjunction with Israel to do this.
How we all feel about her.
And now she's backtracking.
Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that. For sure.
Liar.
And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
I'm sure. In the meeting with her?
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. Mm-hmm. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
Go for it.
I actually I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say that. Who knew? So and what, and by the way, and what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded,
It was funny. Yeah.
Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. Are you're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think she's
I'm not her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Dude, why would you say it like that, bro? Carl, that's weird, bro.
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release
I didn't
it.
Call you that. It was
any to a guy that called Erica too retarded.
It was not for you.
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows.
It was just a funny gag in a video.
Sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know.
Do you think I'm talking to you personally every time I make a video? Like I'm just thinking, oh, it's Carl gonna
something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any
evidence
of that claim?
It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Well, do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position, this is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for, and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you.
Don't allow it.
It's amazing.
Carl
I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
the next gaming stream.
Hang on, the next gaming stream. Critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them, and you're less critical of them.
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them, and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and you let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere.
Oh, you
talking
hate
about
women.
Well, yeah,
I debate against
against feminists.
I already know where this is
Okay.
going.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And
I
then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics.
Joe
That's why
Rogan,
you're-
and
No,
you're like,
come
like
on,
soft
come on,
explaining
man,
away
that's
why
not
Erica
true.
had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent
Why
at
do you
home. So
assume
now
that?
you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually. No,
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Okay.
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization
No,
over.
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You
want to
protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA.
She's
that is
literally
part
just
of
saying
Charlie
no.
Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
I think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
she's not qualified
always
to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified from to
Perhaps.
run that.
Great,
to run
that's
the
not what we
organization. And
fucking asked.
on the more emotional aspects.
Yeah, I mean,
agree
I
with
don't think she's qualified
what seems
either.
to be a majority
but
opinion.
that has nothing to do with this.
I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Yeah,
okay,
all right,
well,
bro.
I understand that you can have those criticisms,
Yeah.
but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get
like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic,
Let's
we can
move
spend some
on.
time on
This
that as well. So if you
bitch
guys
is
are ready in the
not going
back,
to answer.
we're ready.
and causing
Every
that
question
30
you
out
want to
6
answer,
diameter
change the
as would
subject, for real.
happen with
For
a
real,
patent
for
explosives
steal.
as we've demonstrated to you in the past. It accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was what then, that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't,
like you
but
were
it's
kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
Like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much
No proof for
does
anything.
look
The
like,
audience will clock it.
That we see a bunch of shattered road microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise, and I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense.
Oh my
Without
God,
question,
bro,
Terrell
the mic did not
Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing
the mic in
a
the
big
clip,
part
it
of the
didn't
story.
explode.
So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like,
just making
"What's
sure.
this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what it is.
trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Everything's a
And it should be
possibility,
explored.
but
He's done a lot of work on
she'll
it. John
never,
Bray has
ever,
done
ever,
good work,
ever,
and I
ever
think that's why
say that
that
I believe for certain
theory is now
anything.
starting to gain steam.
She has no positions.
Since we released the
Yeah,
second
man, they show her
set
own
of
words
the
now, for
photos
real.
of what was in the
For real,
car.
for real.
I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on.
Yeah,
and
the crowd
said,
was all like CIA
it
operatives,
looks like
right?
there's an
That's why they
explosion
all
under his
looked
shirt,
away
right?
for
You
the cameras.
obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what
And
he
that's fine.
observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
That's
I'm not
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
It would have
okay.
been
So
being Call of Duty or
question for you:
something.
does that box go sideways off the table?
Explosive
It
round.
can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not
30-06.
2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't
But
go
if
through.
air is-
But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
Did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you, this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air, air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it. Fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air; it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
beneath
the
his
shirt.
The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. Don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? It didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular, and it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm just saying he said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just
no,
feel
Carlos,
like
she's saying that she thinks the
arguing that it was because
microphone
the bullet
exploded
carried
that he
air.
was
Now
holding.
you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah,
but like if that happened, we would see the
down,
explosion.
The disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you, people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
The last segment, okay.
When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, function, and luxury,
No,
we had the choice to make it fast.
again.
We
The
had the
same
choice to make
exact.
it cheap.
Okay, let's see what
We
Myron
chose
has to
neither.
say now.
Instead,
It's
we
gonna be
chose
fun.
I mean, I can tell you guys that. Anytime a source gives you information, you're not gonna, like, unless you need more information from them, it's a one-way street.
Future is
Stupid
mine.
niggas in chat, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Whoa.
Sure.
Well, it's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not
it is
underneath
beneath
the shirt.
The
It
shirt
starts
cuffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we
The-
obviously
the
can't show that
idea-
clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and the next thing you know, there's the entry
You see
wound on his
smoke?
neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you think
platform.
that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So.
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a
But
similar, if
nah,
not same type of
Candace would just say
explosive that
they're
was used
lying
inside the
about
pagers
that, and they
that would've been
definitely
used inside
found
this
strap.
road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this.
She's not
and
debating.
And
She's
that guy, another
rambling
bitch
for
ass
real,
nigga,
bro.
just play the damn debate. Get the fuck out of my chat, bro. You can watch the debate on your own time. Why the fuck are you on my channel watching it? Get the fuck out of here then. Enjoy the Shadow Realm, bitch. Dude's name is Cracker Jack 305. Now you're fucking Shadow Realm Jack 305, idiot.
I think he has debated a ton of people, actually,
Fuck out of here, man. The fuck you here for then?
regarding this topic. So,
Yo, guys, smash the like button, by the way. Do me a favor, smash the like button, because I'm dealing with fucking retards from YouTube, of course, as usual. What's new? These fucking idiots.
that's the route that I would send you on.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
For the
perfect.
purpose of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
All right, here we go.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up, and then I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later.
No, I didn't even know
Then
we
you
were
get
supposed to
Erica
do that
Kirk
today. No,
behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask. He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying
starts.
he observed, he said he's shot people up close,
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move like
dispute.
that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's
no,
what he
no
just
dispute,
said.
but when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like.
And then also, this is a complete different scenario. Again, we're going into something that doesn't matter. We're talking about a 30-06, I think it was a Mauser, being shot from a significant distance. That's not the same as Rob O'Neill shooting someone with probably a fucking M4, right? Or an M16. I don't know what I think it's an M4 more than likely. He probably had a carbine, some kind of rifle. When he did his operations, completely different gun, completely different route, completely different distance. Not the same at all.
5 minutes ago, you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air.
this
Now you're
is
saying you
in
don't
love
see
with
the shirt
Charlie.
move at all.
Yeah, but
Completely
that's
agree with
if you
that.
slow it down, the disbursement of air. That's when
That's
you're going
so
to see
funny.
it,
A
right?
lot
It's
of
gonna be
people are
very
saying
quick.
that again.
Very,
This was
very,
in
very,
love with
very
Charlie.
fast.
Yeah,
And then
that's
no
not what I
Jesus,
saw,
kinda
and
crazy.
clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
when you
people disagree
never
with you.
heard
Someone
of
said he was a
Winfrey
SEAL Team
Blood's
6
body
sniper.
found?
They're not using Mausers to snipe, dude. You fucking retard. They're not using Mausers to snipe, dude.
For real.
Like, we're literally comparing apples to oranges here.
But your opinion's not a fact.
Motherfuckers are stupid.
That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if
Some of you guys in chat are retarded. Holy shit, man.
you have another a break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys, I want to tell you about Ethos because life has a way.
And then Pat is running. Oh, he's not running ad. Okay. And they're gonna have a Vault conference, it looks like, as well. There you guys go. Make sure you go to the Vault conference at the MGM Grand. Oh man. All right. So my thoughts so far.
Let's see. What are Myron's thoughts?
My thoughts so far. I wish they did time rounds.
Fuck out of your content
I don't like the
stealing?
open format. I
For
feel like the
sure.
first hour and a half to 2 hours or so
Yes,
could have
sir.
been, they were arguing about things
This
that
is
didn't matter.
a
I don't feel
what's
as
it
though I
called?
understand Andrew or Candace's position better from watching this debate. which should be the whole
Generational
purpose of the debate. You should be able to
so
walk
I
away
have
as a
to.
viewer knowing exactly and precisely.
But no, I'm
what
watching
each
the
party
original
believes,
thing. I just want to get his
in
thoughts
relation to the
during the
argument.
ad
Remember, guys,
breaks.
the argument was Candace Owens thinks that he's a patsy. Andrew Wilson believes that he is the shooter. There's more evidence to show that he is the shooter, and she's saying that the government has not proven that he is a shooter and he's a patsy.
Well, we can only hope.
And
we can only hope.
I'm walking away from this discussion right now like, okay, I don't really know either of their positions, and the reason for this is because the moderation has not put a strict, I guess, control of them being able to articulate their points in relation to the argument. We've had a lot of sidebar arguments on things that aren't pertinent to the discussion. We've had a lot of different disagreements and grievances on, questions being framed a certain way, all this stuff. And it's like, I wish we would have had time rounds in the beginning. This forces each party to lay out their arguments, lay out their evidence for said arguments, right? And then force the other party to engage with said arguments. Okay? I think that is the best way to have a debate, because what ends up happening is, for example,
we need it. I thought we were going to get at least some timed rounds,
what I think transpired in a day. This is my evidence for it, and then turn it to Candace, and then she can engage with what he said uninterrupted.
Really? Not another poll
uninterrupted.
Yet?
Right? And then there's no bickering back and forth. It's
sure.
just straight, here's what I think, and here's my arguments. Then you respond to that, and then go back and forth. And that allows us, the viewers, to be able to, number one, understand what their arguments are. Number two,
evidence to watch my
see
show.
how each party engages in each argument. Because people see,
like, bro, you're debating. We're not going to go ahead and watch your show.
Right? Because a lot of these YouTubers don't fucking debate. And I got to give credit to both Candace and Andrew for even doing this. A lot of motherfuckers are sitting here, I'm going to go in and give my comment, blah. Number one, most of you motherfuckers are stupid. Number two, most of you guys don't even understand how to debate properly. And then number three, most YouTubers would never debate because they're fucking terrified. Okay, so I'm going to give credit to both of them for even getting in the arena and debating. Okay?
Better go film those.
So with that said,
I'll do no through
it's one thing to have an opinion. It's another thing to have your opinion and or your arguments when someone challenges them. That's what's important. Okay? So I know, in general, Candace and Andrew's positions, because obviously I'm keeping up with this, but I'm talking from a casual viewer's perspective. You're not going to walk away watching this debate knowing their takes, because they've been kind of arguing on things that don't matter.
A really great video covering analogs.
And I expected that because they don't like each other. Whenever you take two people and you put them in a room and you have them debate each other that don't like each other, they're going to argue on everything because they're not going to concede shit. You could one guy could say the sky is blue, another person's going to say, well, actually it's light blue. That's how much they don't like each other, right? So with that said, this is why I think it's so important to have time rounds, because having time rounds forces each party to give their position, and then most importantly, forces the other party to engage with that person's position. Because it's one thing for you to have your argument.
I think it was the first one, right?
It's one thing to have your position. It's nothing to argue your position against a counter position. Does that make sense, chat? This is the beauty of debate. It's not about having your position. You have your position. But when someone else gives their position that counters yours, now you have to formulate your argument to counter their position, which is where the brain works. It doesn't take skill to have a position, as it takes skill to have your position, then counter someone else's position that is contrary to yours. And this is why most YouTubers and most people don't debate, because it's very fucking
I think it was the first.
It's not easy.
2009.
It's difficult.
Yeah,
it's very difficult. So you got to give credit where it's due. But I wish the moderation had taken that into account and understood this. And honestly, if I was the moderator, after that first part, I would have let them rock out, right, with the way that they did it with the open. But then I would have went and told them to the side, guys, look, we got to do time rounds. I'm being honest with you guys. If we don't do time rounds, this debate's going to look bad. We need to do time rounds. We need to do time rounds. We could do 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, 1 minute, whatever it may be. But I don't know about you guys, and I'd love to get your guys' opinions on this. But as a casual viewer, I don't think you guys are going to be able to walk away and understand either party's real position here. Because there's been a lot of back and forth and not much elucidation, which an explanation. And I
put up.
I feel bad for the viewers the most.
Come on.
Someone said Rogan would have been better. No, bro. No, you got to put a debater as the moderator, bro. I'm sorry. You got to put a debater as the moderator. PBD's not a debater. No, Joe Rogan's not a debater. These motherfuckers aren't debaters, so they don't understand this shit. I would have pulled them aside after the first hour or two because I know that they probably agreed to doing like free flow debate, and I would have told them, look, guys, this is horrible for the audience. You guys are arguing over things that don't have to do with the debate. If you guys want this thing to actually be like a real debate where we can like, you know, have the audience be able to understand your positions fully, we have to go to the time rounds, dude. We have to go to time rounds.
She wouldn't accept.
And I think most people would agree with me that we're all walking away from this not really knowing what the fuck is going on. Someone says seems just fine to us so far. That's you, bro. A lot of people are like, what the hell's going on here? So
I feel like I'm able to comprehend what they're talking about. I'm just annoyed because there's a lot of assertions from Candace, like usual, with no evidence, and she's refusing to let Andrew.
Chat's been awesome. We've been having a good
interrogator
These are
position. And actually
Candace
bring that
people here.
evidence
Listen
out
what
of
they
her.
got to say.
She's terrified.
What do you think? Do you think that this is helping the case at all? Is this at least helping our side?
I don't think it's hard to follow. I
the
just
side
think
that doesn't
that
believe that's allowed.
it's
Do you
an
think that
infuriating watch
Andrew Wilson
because
is doing better than
Owens is
expected? Let us
purposely
know
obfuscating
in
and
the comments.
getting off track and purposely making it confusing.
I want to know, guys,
trying to confuse people.
what is missing from this conversation? What do you think
She's like gaslighting
was
instead of-
supposed to be brought up and hasn't been yet? I would like to hear that because I have few of those on my list that I thought will be discussed.
Oh shit, they're back. I'm surprised there was
All right,
no
they're
poll.
back. Guys, we're gonna switch over to
They're gonna
Kick for
pull
this
it up
last.
just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if
Dang,
you're
he's
saying
moving
that
over
when
to
I
Kick, that
initially
sucks.
watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because
Give
the
us the
testimony was a bit
poll for
confusing.
real.
They started by
Hell.
saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the
this
clip
is
to
directly you saying it is on the gun. Twiggs'
yeah,
DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
No, it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this, and I
mean,
think
she
I
admitted,
wrongly
so
extrapolated that they
would
meant
let it
all
go.
3
She
of them
blatantly
were on the prints when the
admitted
only
that she
person they
was wrong.
officially
There's not
named was
really
Matt
much-
Robinson. So we don't know yet
much
if
benefit to LARPing on this
Lance
point.
Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
That's fine. And then the last one is
Yeah.
one with Erica Kirk.
sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
This
but we
just
can do it
goes-
this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
That's why
sure.
I'm bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning at least,
I
Erica.
truly believe that
I don't care who's
she
mad. I really
does
do
not know
care
how badly
who
she's
Wants
losing.
to be upset after this.
Like, after
episode.
the
Really,
first phase
you'll
of
be
the
wasting your
debate-
breath. You can spend $1 billion on
Maybe-
influencers because this is all.
Okay,
becoming
I would say halfway
increasingly
through the second
inexplicable.
phase
You
of the
are
debate,
asking me to
Andrew
be an
just
idiot,
flipped his.
actually, and I
There was a
cannot
switch
do
that
that
was
for
flipped
you.
from like
Someone once
tit for
commented
tat.
beneath
All of a
this
sudden, Andrew's
show
demolishing her. I don't think she
if the situation
realized
were
that
reversed
transition.
and there were this many verifiable lies,
So straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek, and then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that
yeah, that's fine.
She should be
Just
sat
like
down and questioned.
Andrew
And
calling
I
Erica
still believe that.
retarded.
I still hold the perspective that
So
Erica
I
should be
have no
sat down
contention
and
with
she
that.
should be
It's fine.
properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but why-
said.
why do they-
I mean, my guess would be she
banger
hasn't
of a
because they returned
question.
everything
Let's
to her.
go, Andrew.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
Yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that's ever
You
unless
can,
you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
you're just kind of
entire
filling the air
if your
with
entire
just
thing is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not,
Then it's a lie.
What that
yeah.
does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either.
Hmm.
So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge,
Because
this
Turning
is
Point's
to-
like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
we did not take out of
wait, what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
gonna
off.
bring
We did
claims,
not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mm-hmm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
that's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange.
What
That's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing, and I do think that you fell. I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of the. Hang on.
And
There's
I
nothing
did not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
And like 4
yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your Turning Point's
debates,
course.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite a
just-
few
you
of
just-
them
that's a
were.
good
Were there
one,
3
Just made
Ericas
it up.
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up.
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
I think it was
Yeah.
3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asked
Okay,
about them.
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim that I'm responsible for the claim.
Other rounds.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip they
be
want
the
to play
whole
The one
from
more,
7 days
okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can
getting
go
into
to
the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay.
The clips.
And this is the one you were
The
saying
clips.
from 7 days ago.
I mean, so she's wrong when they back her and not being able to prove it. Yeah, that's true. Like that one time she finally had to concede. He's like, I made a mistake.
Okay, while they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean, can I ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay,
Yo,
beautiful.
The clip players are so slow. This is so awkward now. That's a tactical error from Andrew, in my opinion. I think that it would have been a much better look if he just let her ask the question instead of
You need the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it, so
That's what I heard.
whatever this is.
Okay, there we
Come
go.
on, guys.
What's
just
going
fine.
on right now? Oh my God!
Lance does not
Twigs
hear this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says on
towel.
there. It's fine.
Lance
That
Twigs
was a jump
has
scare.
his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twigs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twigs'
Said this- proceeded
DNA
this 4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twigs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you
Did
read,
you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I
Can you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but, I mean,
following
it seems,
enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should,
All
like,
right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So
Mhm.
please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name
7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go
name
ahead.
you name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work,
Yeah.
and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
yeah. The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And
What's the specific charges, though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged with
no,
it.
just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire.
Yeah, so that's stupid. It doesn't matter. He said murder. She said aggravated murder. Distinction without a difference. That was petty. But also, she got him. Like he was trying to call her on bullshit for not being able to list all 7 charges. I will just admit it. Like she won on this point. She listed all 7, like perfectly fine.
Crux of why him being up for the death sentence, and I hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport.
Makes me
It's
so
not.
mad
It's
for
about
real.
being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If
Sure.
you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? further?
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and
No,
count 7.
7 violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child.
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone, just
And
before
they-
you asked
they-
that question,
they
did
don't
somebody
both
by
look
chance
so
text you that
tired
question?
from
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
Do you
should
want to
do
see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at the, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other texts? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about
Mhm.
the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't.
Yeah. Do you
need to
have the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Okay. So you,
I never-
you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the
I don't
owner,
believe he was
understood
at
what had
that
happened,
steakhouse.
and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Yeah.
Okay. So to be clear,
No,
there's
that
no
is a
receipt.
pretty
You
good.
don't-
I just said the opposite. I said there
That
there's
is
Well, you don't
kind
have
of
a
W.
copy of the
Right,
receipt.
to straight up allow PBD to
the
go
receipt
through
was
her
published
phone.
online.
Yeah.
Right,
Right.
that's
with
a little
blurred
bit
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that.
I
is-
agree with that.
Yeah,
but,
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are.
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved? I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean. That's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough.
He's a family
It would definitely
member? Yeah,
pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule. For sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Although-
beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt
That's like a
itself,
huge
it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly
Mhm.
what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure, but
Well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is-
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next, would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing his, knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof,
Mhm.
do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is
something
that
she says,
his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state to
second.
a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline.
the-
I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline, includes
Yeah, but
a
I
steakhouse
don't know,
stop
Andrew. Like,
that
that's,
has not
um,
actually been confirmed at all.
Well,
Because if
yeah,
it's her
it hasn't even
show,
been discussed
like, I
by the
understand
prosecution,
it's her
so
timeline
it's,
and, like,
it's not like you're
it's her
debunking that it
subjective
happened.
metric.
Well,
Like, as long as it's a
there's no
consistent
evidence for it.
metric for
There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no
consistent
camera
statute
there.
of evidence that
And
she's
the
come up with.
steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to
there's
be
like a
Tyler
formula for
Robinson.
it.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait, wait.
conversation. You're following combo
Yeah,
on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you Didn't, no, that's not
hairs.
splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you don't
that at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him when this is like
That is
getting literally
ridiculous.
to
That's
the
a
crux
ridiculous
aggravated
that's-
murder versus
it-
murder.
It's
It's a death
ridiculous.
sentence.
And not only that, let's point this
She
out.
is being petty and splitting hairs
one of the
here.
major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else is
I
going to
didn't
be?
know all
Who
the
else?
Charges, you know, I'm not gonna hold.
There would be
Andrew.
Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
I just don't
timeline.
know what
What's
his
your issue
issues
with
with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the
Really
evidence
not
revolves
that deep.
around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed
Yeah, that's really
that this was actually
freaking
Tyler
weird.
Robinson's receipt.
Like, just
And yet,
unblur the
inside
receipt,
of Candace
please.
Owens' timeline,
There's no
which she
reason.
states over and over again,
Who
when she
cares
says,
if it reveals
this
his
is the
private
longest
info? It
13
means they're good.
hours. This is 13 and a
Come on,
half
bro.
hours. The
Go to
requirement
trial for
for
murder. Just
about
do it.
what,
Just make
roughly
her
5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse.
Mm.
And so, and that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there.
Yeah, no,
don't
I
really
agree
think we
with
need to
her
go into
there. I
circles
do
about this
think that it's
receipt.
probably
my
enough.
timeline.
I don't know why the
Circumstantial
1102
evidence
rule
to
would apply
guess,
here
at
for
least.
your
Because
timeline.
you
Take an educated
will
guess that it's
constantly
Tyler.
cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support
Uh-huh.
than me contacting and speaking with the
That is
owner of the
also true.
restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's cool.
Sure, you can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
belabored the
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the
No,
last
there
thing
is
we're going
no
to do
hard
before we go
evidence,
into
but
ad break,
so
right
what?
after this will be final
Well,
thoughts.
like
I'll be
Andrew
asking
said,
both
so
of you
what?
if anything, if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed
that deep. I
on
don't
the
think it's like a
case,
very deep
and then
aspect
we'll
to the
finish it
case.
up from there. So with that being
It's
said,
not,
a
like,
3.5-minute break,
consequential anyway.
and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
I mean, I guess
set
if he
out
was
to
there, it's
create
like
a
sort of like
shoe
an
that
alibi.
blends comfort, function,
But
and luxury.
he could have still made
We had
it.
the choice to make it fast.
No,
we
no,
had
it's
the
something
choice to
stupid
make
to
it
quibble
cheap.
over.
We chose neither. Instead, we chose
Steakhouse.
Tuscany, Italy. We chose true
Oh my
Italian
god, I
craftsmanship.
hate that. It's the same ad
Each
every
pair-
time. I hate that so much. Let's see what the chat's saying in the PBD. Yes, or whatever these bots they might be. He's a believer, Andu, none of them won. Yeah, I think obviously Andrew Wilson. He kind of lost me at the very end, but here's how I would say it went. It was tit for tat up until the halfway point of the second phase of the debate. Then, for some reason after that, he just started completely grilling her on every single point that she brought up. And she had no idea, which is really fun to watch. But then at the very end, like near drawing the conclusion that we just saw now, I do feel like Andrew holding her feet to the flame on things that are inconsequential, and like saying she couldn't put the steakhouse on the timeline, wasn't too big of a fan of that. It wasn't very compelling to me. It kind of lost me a little bit there, but I mean, not really. He didn't say anything that was technically incorrect either, so I couldn't. I could say I can understand how people think that. Yeah, I think it would be fair to say he didn't technically say anything wrong, but Candace technically won that. I would say subjectively, I think she won that exchange. I think a lot of people would agree. So yeah, like 90% of the debate, like the good majority of the debate, like I suspected, like I wanted to happen, Andrew completely decimated her. And that's all that really matters, is that Andrew proved that Tyler Robinson most likely was the killer of Kirk, which he succeeded at, so kudos to him. Until I get out of your chair, I was like, what? Yeah. Like 4 good clients? Yeah, probably. Maybe not even. I think it was like 2. Yeah, that is pretty funny. Let's see. All right, yeah, so he took it to Rumble. Okay, hold on. Going to quickly see if I can. Just hide my display for 1 moment so I could check on Rumble. Check on Myron on check on Myron on Rumble, you know? Let's see. Got a stutter count for real. Oh, the quartering was live.
Very kind people at Rumble.
That's interesting. Well, I'm definitely gonna check back and watch Steven Crowder's coverage of it. That'll be nice. Alrighty, where are you, Myron? Myron Games.
I know Andrew personally, so I know why he didn't. And I understand and I empathize with it. But I know that her audience is going to run wild with it.
Wait, what happened?
Okay, thank you. I think
No hard evidence.
On the case, and then
I know.
Are they going to run wild?
He doesn't want to because that might have private information.
And then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
All right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere.
All right. I think Andrew should have shown the text message on screen, but I see why he doesn't want to because that might have private information.
Yeah.
But the thing is that I know that her fans are going to run wild with that.
Yeah, I would have shown that. That's a good point, Myron. I didn't even think about that.
They're going to run wild with that. Her audience is going to run wild with that. Because, look, I know Andrew personally, so I know why he didn't. And I understand and I empathize with it.
So he can
but I know that her audience is
info
going to
on
run
there.
wild with it. So
That does suck. That's a
let's see here.
Stuck in between a rock and a hard
Let's
place.
see what Crowder and them are saying.
And even though Tim is
We'll do both. As you guys know, Crowder's pro Andrew. These guys are pro Candace. We'll do both. We'll try to be, we'll try to be neutral about this and be fair.
is clearly on the spectrum, and he hates people, and he pees in jars and has long nails.
But he
the effort that everyone here puts in, we don't just do "We'll be right back." Commercials and sketches and things that are better than legacy media. So can everyone please just send a thank you, not to me, but to these folks here who make it happen. It's not easy to get clips in real time. It's not easy to get these commercials up and running. I sit down with Josh and Johnny Boy. I used to have to write everything myself. So grateful that I get to sit down with people whose company I enjoy. We write it. We have a production team that everyone here, wouldn't you feel embarrassed, Noodles, if all we had was a "We'll be right back"?
Yeah.
Like that would be a screw up, right? We'd be like, oh my gosh, we didn't get in all the content.
Maybe I should start streaming.
It may seem like a small
Maybe
thing.
I can invite you to that.
"We'll be right back"
during a Minecraft
means
stream.
well, we don't care enough about the content. We just want your money. This is a content-driven space first. And I would say that compared to anybody else out there, and that really is because of an unbelievable team here. So you often don't get to see them. You don't know who they are. You'll see them in sketches.
Let's see what they're going to say here.
You want to go with your last couple?
Instead of taking a break and doing it or whatever, Yeah, it looks like we're, what is it, 50-50? You want me to run a poll here?
All right,
I'll run a
we
poll
are
on
finally
my
at the end.
It's
For
almost-
those of you
yeah.
that are watching,
I'm not gonna do
I'm not going to run a poll until after we're done. But since everyone's being Jewish and
if you're a Andrew fan and you still are saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great.
Hey,
Candace,
Andrew.
great. But did anything change
Hey.
your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here.
Shit.
Before we wrap it up.
Even
I
the
think
Candace fans are
whether
saying
you're
Andrew
a fan
won.
of
Let's
Andrew
go.
or not, whether you're a
This
fan
is
of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live.
Yeah,
this
there's
is
a pretty
little bit
big chunk
scarier
of
than
Candace people
pre-recorded.
saying Andrew
Because
won,
pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I asked her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies.
Yeah,
not a zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate.
So 56. 56% of the audience thinks Kendra won.
I think that is quite
Kendra,
a conclusion.
Andrew won.
Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths, I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point.
You do not
part
call
of
me Unc.
being a well-meaning person is to
Unc,
concede
bro.
when
Yes,
you
I
are
did.
wrong, to take something off a timeline
said
when you
I
know it's
will.
not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think
sweet.
very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which was a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Sorry,
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the
Christ,
audience
that's
won,
even
and
older.
again, from the
That's even
beginning,
older.
All of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Well, there we go. Beautiful thing. Yeah. Well, yeah, the poll disappeared. Most people on the unbiased
Doing
PBD
ads.
platform thought
Fuck it.
Andrew
We might
won,
as well as
so
well.
I thought Andrew won. That means Andrew won. Okay, no more questions.
Happen if God wanted.
Again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care,
All
everybody.
right,
God
Myron, what
bless.
do you
Have a
think?
great weekend.
Bye.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. That was tough.
And then we'll check Steven after.
Or perhaps we call it
Oh,
12
or
years
he's
of
gonna tell
Candace.
us.
That's what we do, but we talk about it that way. But we don't want to be racist, right? My brother, Kate, my man. Come invest with PBD. We have our poll?
Waiting on that.
All right, let me go through some claims then. And
All right, poll is going to be up. Who won the debate? Either Andrew,
Let's
Candace,
see what
or no
Myron's
one won.
audience says, because they both have.
Okay.
There's a lot of diverse opinions in his audience as well.
There you guys go.
Regarding Candace versus
I went
Andrew.
ahead and I put the poll. You guys let me know who you think won.
then you guys kind of help me.
3 different
Where?
options.
Out. So again, if you want to see more of this, I would do. Here's the thing. I will tell you this. I will do any of these debates, but I'm not going to pay $300,000. I'm not going to pay $500,000. That's why I respect, even though I disagree with, Dave Smith showed up. That's why I respect, even though I disagree with, Nick Fuentes. He showed up. That's why we have coming up in the fall. Remember, we were supposed to do that debate at Penn State, or UPenn, sorry, with Professor Zimmerman. That's not going to be Harvard. We do have to put up that cost because it's $10,000 to, the same kind of situation as Candace.
I don't want Myron to say anything crazy because I know he does when he's on Rumble. So I'm gonna go to Steven.
Let me go through a few claims here that were made, and then we'll take your chats. But she claimed that the prosecution has this incredibly weak case because the evidence presented at the preliminary hearing wasn't, quote, a slam dunk, and it was all hearsay. The truth, preliminary hearing is not a trial. Hearsay, by the way, is not always admissible, but reliable hearsay, that's the reason for the hearing taking place before the trial. The jury is going to hear all the evidence. That's when you drop the slam dunks. Here's another claim that people are saying the dad turned Robinson in. The truth, Robinson's dad said when wife showed him footage that the shooter looked like his son, and he advised him to speak with a youth pastor. In other words, he didn't willingly turn him in, but there is a matter of record where his dad said, yep, that looks like my son, and I spoke with my son about it. Here's a Candace claim that she made today. The only claim that she made, I never claimed anything about Erica Kirk. Then they showed it. She said, well, you're taking it out of context. I was saying that Erica was complicit, not in Charlie being killed, nor TPUSA. I said she was complicit in saying that Tyler Robinson did it. The truth. Let's play that montage that I believe came from Milk Bar. We had some other ones too.
Amount of evidence that is now piling up against Erica Kirk. I've seen enough. Erica Kirk should be dragged into a police precinct. The assassination of Charlie Kirk was something akin to a regicide, right? The assassination of a king to install a new ruler who the king would have never approved of. Turning Point USA for Erica Kirk, and what I think is fair to refer to as their federal accomplices.
Sorry, she should be dragged into a precinct because she believed that Tyler Robinson did it. The federal accomplices, meaning the Trump administration, they would be accomplices to Erica Kirk believing that Tyler Robinson did it.
Sure. But yeah, this is.
Don't take her out of context.
This is great.
Then another Candace claim there at the end, like I told you, she will play victim. That's what she will do because she's a feminist. She doesn't want to admit it. She is a feminist. She said, I didn't waste time bringing up stuff out of context. I want to discuss the issue. Her opening salvo, the truth, was a tweet from Andrew's wife 15 years ago and one of his @replies as to why he was convinced Tyler Robinson did it. And by the way, that @reply did not say these are the only reasons I believe Tyler Robinson did it. He just presented some pretty strong pieces of evidence. Okay. Also, we have another claim from Candace. We could actually play it's a then and now that she, of course, she's above the fray. She does not do the whole criticizing. That's why I stayed away from criticizing Erica Kirk, her outfit, or anything, that would be ad hominem. I just criticized the fact that she believed Tyler Robinson did it. That's all. And then, of course, she made fun of Erica Kirk's outfits and said that her stylist hated her. Here you go.
This is why I did not engage in any Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because, I don't know, just it feels weird. I always try to stay away from the pettier things about Erica that don't register as right, but I just go, okay, it's a little too petty when people talk about her outfits, wearing the glitter pants and things like that. Yeah, it does kind of build a profile of somebody. I personally just say that I think her stylist is just deeply dislikes her, whoever it is, deeply dislikes her.
Well, if you take it out of context, by the way, I think leather pants and sparklers was a bad look. So that's valid. I just wouldn't say that I wouldn't make those criticisms. Let me know, too. They can let me know if Gerald is going to be back and if we can get Andrew, if we can get PBD or Candace, just let me know. Let me ask you this, though, before we get to your chats. Here are the questions that I wanted answered.
Andrew is good to do it.
Andrew's good to do it. Okay,
just a minute or two, yeah.
The questions I wanted answered, and I would like to know if you feel as though you had this answered, because I believe, this is what most of you wanted answered. The Egyptian planes. That was the big thing before we went into Thanksgiving. I remember it. Do you feel like, or do you think you got the answers that you needed for how 66% of the plane locations that she claimed were wrong? 60% in an entirely different continent, and she had the wrong time zones. Do you feel like I got a good answer on Egyptian planes? Do you think that you got a good answer on the French Foreign Legion training Tyler Robinson?
No, we didn't.
Do you think you have a good answer on that, or has it been put to bed. Because here's the thing, if you present the conspiracy, if you present the theory, well, only you can put it to bed. Right?
True.
Either we're never going to get an answer, or here's the answer. Do you think you got a good answer? Leaving this, we're just basing this on truth. Do you think you got a good answer on the Mormon Utah communist beehive cult training Tyler Robinson? And for those of you who forgot, here's a clip. A lot of you were saying, whatever happened with this? It's clip Bees Tyler.
Bees Tyler.
A Polish underground symbol, like a Polish communist underground symbol that nobody would have recognized outside of people who know what it meant. There's imminent danger coming, okay? It is relating to a school. I think it's a communist underground, and I don't know why, but it has something to do with bees. Then came September 10th. Obviously, Charlie lost his life, and a few days later, I was told, and I sensed instantly that there was like a hive of people that were involved in this. I just knew it, and when it happened, I just went, oh my goodness. Utah recently, extraordinarily, did modernize their bee flag. I had no idea, and I believe that they find these candidates in schools. I really do. I think they find these candidates in schools, and so I wanted to express that to you.
So do you have good answers on that? Like which schools? Just as one question, do you feel like you have a good answer? Do you think you have a good answer? I'm using her terms, and then the term that you should use, think. That Tyler Robinson was never on campus. How was it? That he's clearly a patsy. He was never there. Do you think you have a good answer on that? This is something a lot of people wanted answers for. Do you think that you have a good answer that on Erica Kirk? Was she involved? Andrew Colvett, was he involved? TPUSA, were they involved? And why were they involved? Do you have good answers on these? Because these are claims that she made. These are definitive timelines that she set, but never finished. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I have here. Do you think you have a good answer on Erica Kirk and her connection to Jeffrey Epstein? Do you think you have a good answer on the exploding microphone? And then we can get into her personal timeline, which we haven't done. Maybe we'll do that after, because I think it's important to know who you're dealing with. But I think this has been quite illuminating. Are you saying that we have Gerald and or Andrew?
Yep. Yes, correct.
That's not an answer.
Fuck, I am not on.
Both?
Yes. Both?
Oh my gosh, it's a duo act. Who's on first? Okay, let's bring them on. They don't know that they have an intro going.
All right.
What about Noxanor?
All right. There was an intro, which I'm sure Gerald talked over. Andrew, Gerald. Oh my gosh. Thank you. This looks like a hostage video. I expect one of you to be getting your head sawed off with a machete. Very funny, tall man. You can't bench press your way out of this one.
Well, there's a reason for this. I'm trying to make sure I pretty much only get the car in the shot really quickly here. So what I'm going to do is pass the camera back to Andrew right here in the back. But do me a favor, go to just Steven for a second so that Andrew can position so that he's not giving away any location information. So, okay.
Ooh, position Andrew. Ooh.
They didn't stay for lunch?
Ooh, I got lunch.
Hot lunch?
Hey. They're in Nashville, not Cleveland. There's no steamer. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay,
appreciate it. And Andrew, let me know when you feel comfortable. Oh, right now it looks like that movie White Noise.
Sweet.
Remember with Michael Keaton? They come out of the TV where it goes and the ghost eats you?
Yeah, that is white noisy.
Okay.
Okay. I think skin is covering the camera.
I feel like I'm watching one of those reproductive videos where it's inside the woman when you learn that in college. Like, this is how a baby is made. It looks like I'm in the birth canal.
This is Ryan Reynolds buried. There we go.
There we go. There he is. Mr. Wilson, I'm sure you're tired. Thank you for taking the time,
What
sir.
up, Steven? How you guys doing?
Well, we're doing pretty well.
Yeah, of course.
We have the drinking game going, and it's been tough. I'm not going to lie to you. What are your thoughts? I'm surprised you didn't stay by to have drinks with her and her hyperly masculine husband, Mr. Farmer. So since you're leaving the homestead, you're just heading right back. You're leaving?
No. We're staying another night. The debate goals, every single one of them was accomplished. So it was, we knew going in it would be Operation Let Her Speak, and we knew that she'd contradict herself, and we knew that she would have zero evidence.
Operation Let Her Speak.
And all of that was accomplished.
Yeah, well,
I wish we could have gotten into a lot more of it, but it was very obvious to everybody there that if she was getting pushed any harder than she was, that she was going to just, we weren't going to get anywhere.
That's actually a question that I had, because there were the one criticism that I would have, and I know, you'll say I'm a dick and I'm say you're a dick, is at the end I would have rapid fired like, okay, how about the Mormon communists training him? But it seemed like, and I've had to do this with some conversations or debates, you guys were concerned that she might just throw the table over if you went a little too aggressively.
Right. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
So the major points of contention that we got was that she had no evidence whatsoever. And all the claims that she had made about Erica Kirk at TPUSA were basically tongue-in-cheek, according to her. She doesn't even mean them. She has no evidence for her steakhouse, no evidence for her timeline, no evidence that there's a patsy whatsoever. And all of her claims that she made were basically, we were just funning.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you probably didn't see, because, by the way, I hate to tell you this, but we had to use Candace's stream from YouTube because yours was like 20 seconds later and people were complaining.
No problem.
But we've been sending people to the Give, Send, Go. And by the way, also we have Jesse's going to be fired because our YouTube doesn't have premium, so there were ads running. So someone's going to be fired. That makes you feel good because you're,
You show zero evidence.
we're both brothers in cruelty.
Yes, 100%.
You guys know
I'm going to fire somebody too, just because you are.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
I don't want you to get. I don't want you to get. Or feel in any way like you're going to one-up me here, Steve.
How about you give me I fire your guy and you fire my guy just because we throw them for a loop. Let me ask
you. You're fired.
I
did it first.
Can't say
I did it first. You're done.
You can't fire Gerald though because he's so big and athletic and it's intimidating. One quick question: Did they Nixon JFK you because she has a full stylist and makeup crew? Did they give you makeup and no? You looked a little bit.
I would have refused.
You looked a little bit shiny. You looked a little shiny. You looked a little shiny.
Yeah, it looked a little shiny. It happens. But yeah, I mean, look.
Does she have Hakeem Olajuwon hands in real life?
What the hell is that?
The basketball player.
Large hands.
Yeah, no, she doesn't.
Okay, all right. Go ahead with your valid point. I'm being childish and stupid.
Yeah.
No, go ahead with your valid point. I was just being childish and stupid because we've had the drinking game. Please, give it to me.
Nothing. I feel. The thing is like, we knew that we were probably only going to get 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Of actual runtime. We knew that was all we were going to get. That's why I moved very quickly.
That's so gross.
Like, hey, you can interrogate my claims as much as you want for the hour and a half, but I was very adamant that we got the last hour and a half of actual runtime so that I could get into her claims. So I know that this ran a long time. People from their end, they think it was like 5 hours, but with all the ads and breaks and everything else, it was actually only like 3.5.
Oh, shut the fuck up. They didn't have ads. They just had "We're coming back." And we actually had ads. We actually had commercials. She just wants the money and she doesn't even put ads in there. I wanted to ask you two things. So one, and this is actually important. We all know that there are people who will agree with you. And by the way, PBD's crowd mostly thought you won. We'll bring up our own poll. But you know that there are people who will already agree with you no matter what, people who will agree with her no matter what. Then there are some who have ears to hear, eyes to see. How do you think that needle will be moved from today?
I think it's the beginning of a snowball effect.
Okay.
So now that she's been challenged, I think, and had to give an accounting for the evidence, did a very poor job. I think that more of them will feel compelled to do more of these debates, or at least I'm hoping so. And I think that'll create the snowball effect. At least that's what I'm hoping. But ultimately, there wasn't a need to push back too much on too many things because she just admitted that she didn't have any evidence for anything.
Well,
so
that
where do you go from there? You're like, hey, do you have any evidence for that? And they're like, no.
Here's where I go from there. Here's where I go from there, because she named like Valhalla. She named a few people. Andrew, this is important going forward, and I mean this. Anyone who's going to present these conspiracies, they need a better champion. Because there are people online who will tell you why they believe that Israel and or France took out Charlie Kirk. There are people online who will show you with red yarn why Erica Kirk did it. She didn't, and she backed away from it. So in other words, if people out there are going, we're with you, Candace, go Max, they need a new champion because she absolutely did.
Why did you emphasize the second word?
Yeah,
Be honest.
She went back on all of her claims. And so, like, where do you go from there? There's nowhere, in other words, there was nowhere I needed to go to demonstrate what it was I was trying to demonstrate, which is that these people have lots and lots of claims, and the second they're confronted with them, they back off on all of them. Every single time. Her sources What a joke that was. My sources told me. My sources told me. Well, what validates your sources? The fact that I've released some, footage and stuff.
Yeah.
How would that validate your sources in these things? That makes no sense at all. These, I think ultimately,
Yeah, and she wouldn't name most of her
there's,
sources.
I'm sure that there's going to be some negative clips about me, especially pushed by the Owens people. But ultimately,
I'm going to do some negative clips on you, but that's just for funsies.
of course. But ultimately, she didn't have anything. She had nothing. She literally had nothing. And so what made this an easy debate for me was that she didn't fucking have nothing. Like, what do you want me to do? You don't have anything.
Yeah. I will say the one thing, if you were to give her credit for anything, what would you give her credit for? I have one and only one.
I think that she got a gotcha at the end. I will be fair with that was a gotcha at the end, though I think it wasn't a very good one.
The charges.
So Andrew agrees with me
what's
there.
that?
What do you mean the gotcha, the charges?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then the last
That's what I wrote down to, yeah.
Yeah, that was it though. I really don't think I made a single mistake that debate. Just the gotcha at the end, but who cares? It's not even important.
Exactly.
Ultimately, what matters is if she has any sort of evidence. So the first half of the debate, I remember laughing last night, and I was like, because the trial's not here and this and that, we're really just arguing our opinions on this evidence, right?
Sure.
Like, am I convinced by it? Yes. Are you convinced by it? No. Great. Where do you go from there? And if that was the extent of all that anybody was talking about, nobody would care. But it's never been about that. It's always been an extensive, overarching, Israel's involved, France is involved, these various people want to kill, blah, 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 blah. And they never have any evidence for any of that. And that was what was important to demonstrate.
Well, I think it's also important to demonstrate, like we talked about this is me being selfish, but, she has called into question our actual investigative journalism, like the Covenant shooting, right, with Audrey Hale, where she said, actually, my source, I'm glad I did my due diligence, she was sexually abused.
I think that's enough. Watch the rest of this in my own time. So yeah, that was the debate. And I hope everybody did enjoy.